Turn off one of those air conditioners, please. The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided
Good morning.
expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st. And it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure. And further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Oh,
Between
shit.
5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Shit.
Okay,
Snapping
and
this
I'm
morning.
the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that.
Not the jury.
The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Oh, shit. He's
I have the
popping
Commonwealth's
this
renewed
morning.
motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
So that doctor's a big deal because that doctor, I think, is supposed to testify that those are like dog bites or something like that.
I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page
Jessica,
3,
okay.
page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court.
Damn.
It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay?
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary
That's
to
what
what
it
the
sounded
canine
like.
represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Oh,
We've got a jury
shit.
coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a
she's
false
sighing.
video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please? All right, I'm going to stop
Oh,
you.
shit.
Please direct
Wow.
your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has.
You don't wanna
That's
hear
what
it.
this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
Most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
a
so-
defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed. You're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately.
Knocked off
Tell
a
me
wish.
about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanny, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything
Sure,
beyond
thank you so
that
much for the membership.
relatively
Happy
vague
birthday.
synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right? By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14
We
obligations.
can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist.
Where y'all get her from?
Pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If, in fact, the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
So,
Yes.
oh man, guys, the voir dire thing is when they have those witnesses come in and testify without a jury. It's kind of like a test run, I think. So it's gonna take up more time and elongate the trial, man. I was talking about this the other day. This trial has gone on for so damn long. I'm wishing a good chase. Today, my birthday. Happy birthday, Daz. Thank you for the 13 months.
With regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3.
That's not too bad.
With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour.
I'm surprised this is all. Yeah, like Hoke said, that's
You're
what's
calling
happening now.
2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
Wait, what happened? I don't hear nothing. Shit, let me pull up the other Boston page then. What happened? Boston.
Yes.
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
Did they all mute? Oh, they went mute. Okay, they all went mute. Oh, okay. All the feeds are actually muted now. So this is to try to get in somebody. Well, initially they started with trying to get a witness that says there was a dog attack. I mean, a expert testimony about the attack on his arms or whatever, scratches on his arms or whatever. The state was Commonwealth was trying to block it. I don't know. Now I guess they want a voir dire. Voir dire. These witnesses. Miss Mojo Rising, you got unsubbed? Is anyone else getting unsubbed? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised the way YouTube is. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're in for a long week this week. The only day off is tomorrow. And then all the other days are full days of trial. No half days this week. I wonder if they're doing half hour lunches too. I don't know. Or are they going to give them an hour? Not sure. Hey, Daz, happy birthday. Thank you for the 13 months. Really appreciate that. Mojo Rising, thank you for the 32 months. I made some new emojis for the long time people. I think 12 months and up, the emojis change. I don't know if you like them or not, but I feel like I thought to make it a little bit more distinct. This is like 30 something months. There's a couple people in the 40 something or getting close to 40 something. I'm gonna have to add a new one to it. But really appreciate the memberships. Helps me out a lot, especially when covering stuff like this, trials like this. The numbers aren't really there, so the memberships really help me out. So Ms. Mojo said, I keep getting unsubscribed to your YouTube channel. Is this happening to anyone else? Damn. Donnie said I subscribed 3 times. Donnie. He could have filed motion long time ago when he first received all of their CVs. Five-minute lunches. it's getting that bad, right? It's gonna be 5-minute lunches. I'm kind of annoyed a little bit, but this happens during trial. It's just that now it's summertime. The kids are home from school. I was not planning that we'd be still here in June doing this trial. Well, now they're saying to the end of June, but now with all this voir dire stuff, maybe it'll even take longer. Maybe we'll go into July. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up going into July with this trial. This was a hilarious post. Twitter's been kind of hot over the weekend, when there's no trial, and I start tweeting out and shit. This is somebody that tweeted this, though. This was kind of funny. So I was like, what's the list of people involved now? Like, how many people? And so this person made this 4-page, this might be just the witness list, but he added to it. It was really funny. So we got Jennifer McCabe, all the way to the Roberts, the Alberts, the whole entire police department, the entire fire department, the niece and nephew, because there was testimony from, I think it was the niece, that said that they had heard Karen say, did I hit, or what if I hit him? And he must have been hit by a snowplow. There was testimony from them too. I don't know if people caught that or not. There's a couple of articles about it. And so people believe that the niece and nephew were like coached, or they're in on it. But the consensus that I heard from people that don't believe them, they think like they were coached or something by McCabe. So then you got the whole state police, the hospital department, you got the alcohol testing person, the witness, the O'Keefes, the librarian. It keeps going on and on and on. The crime lab, the entire crime lab, the former FBI, Jennifer, Jennifer, neighbor 1, neighbor 2, neighbor 3, neighbor 4, MSP internal affairs, the tow truck driver, the solo cup 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, the bag, the number 34. This shit I was just dying reading this shit yesterday. Sneaker Gate, missing belt, the entire Cellbrite Corporation. Oh, man. By the way, if you're just joining now and you're wondering, did I miss anything? Yes, you did. You should rewind and then come catch back up because it was spicy this morning. Caliente. Hot. Very hot. Your Nettie was snapping off. Now the judge, I think she was a little kind of abrasive. She was a little. I don't want to hear this speech. Kind of just make it quick. I don't got time for this shit type of thing, Hurry up. It's like, damn. Where's that video at? Oh, by the way, yeah, consider becoming a member. I'll put the links in a second. I don't even know if the link's working. Wait, this doesn't even work. There we go. Milestone is probably one of my favorite perks. Every month, you get a member's highlighted chat, which shows up just like a super chat, pops up. Everybody gets to see it. Not only that, it also shows how long you've been a member, along with your member's badge, loyalty badges, which shows up every time you chat in my live chat or shows up in the comment section of my videos. The longer you're a member, the higher up the rank you climb. And I've had some members be with me for a very long time. Other perks, Discord canceled area, and of course, member-only videos. All right, we're back. Auntie. She didn't want to hear you. She didn't know. Then you heard her like breathe heavy too. She wasn't having it. Right, he has his right to argue, right? You gotta listen. You gotta hear him out. See what he has to say. Mod tools. What the hell is this? Prevents viewers from sending messages with Zalgo text. The hell is that? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Sarah, thank you for the membership. Oh, by the way, if you're a member, like I said, there's the members playlist. You can check that out on the front page of my YouTube. There's a members playlist where I have videos, live streams, stories, hangouts, all that good stuff. We're here, and if you're a member, don't forget, every month you get a free, or not really free, I guess it comes with a membership, but you get the highlighted chat every month. Comes up like a super chat. This? Oh, Sarah, thank you for the membership. I had to say that. Thank you so much. Wanny, thank you for the 9 months. Says always a great time with Mel and the bloopers. Bloop bloop. We're back. Oh, and I heard there's a rumor. I don't know if it's true. Take it with a grain of salt, but now it could change. But supposedly they said they think Proctor might testify this week. But I don't know now with all this voir dire stuff if that's going to happen or if it's true. That was just a rumor. That would be really, really interesting if he does. I'm sure the defense would be salivating. Thanks, B. Mimi Moody. You've been a member for a long time, too. Long time. Judge was not having it today, man. Now! Hurry up! It's gonna take long. There was apparently a standoff last night in Texas. I was sleeping, but I heard they tore the house down and everything. That would have been good. Good morning. Oh, I think else what's it? Or I was Lily was telling me I need to make a playlist for the Karen retrial. The big thing too that everybody's been talking about is the Sally Port video, the way it was inverted. And now there's been a lot of back and forth about that. The prosecution is going to definitely have to clean that up. Some people were thinking maybe that's how it comes, or they should have at least mentioned it, so it's deceptive. And then some people even said that supposedly they did mention it, but not so overt. Like, let me see if I play this clip. Sally Port video. Monica, thank you for the 5 months. Says love you, Melon Chatters here for the long haul. Thank you.
Sorry to direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport 2-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the 4-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
So it was actually mentioned. I didn't hear this, when I don't know what I was doing. Me, I zone out ADD. But they did mention the orientation. I maybe this should have still been clear, I think, but he said for orientation purposes, where is the driveway? And he said it's to the right. So that would tell you that the video is inverted, but I didn't hear that. But they, so that was a really interesting point. That was an interesting thing that I saw. I should have actually retweeted that back then. So I don't know. I don't know if the jury remembered that or not, but it'll be really easy if the prosecution wants you to come back and kind of clean it up. I think they can. Oh man. Oh man. Mustard Mama. I need like a sound bit for that. I guess I'll do this. Hey. Thank you for the 20 memberships. Holy ash. You better enjoy it while you have it and maybe consider signing up, continuing. Yeah, I'm going to keep adding to the emoji list. Fairy Cherry said nobody heard it because Lally is such a drone. It's kind of like monotone. I definitely didn't hear that because, yeah. A lot of people must have not heard it because it wouldn't have been a big deal as it was, right? The jury might have not even heard it. I don't know. Lally. Oh, thank you, Katie. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. So I don't know. That witness is a big deal. I think BL did send me the motion. It looks like they're going to be delayed today. Let's see if I find it. All right, this is it here. All right. Okay, let me save this. I'll show you guys. I don't know if I have time to read the whole thing. Not even sure if I really need to read the whole thing. Voir dire. So they're on a break right now, waiting for them to come back. This is the motion that was being talked about. Okay. Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery. Oh, we'll come back to it. We get a break. Got a long day anyway. Got a long week, actually. Mimi Woody, thank you for the membership. Thank you for gifting membership. Gracias. Mama's love.
Yay. All persons
that's-
have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near,
Doesn't sound
give your
right at all.
attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, James. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because they have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you
I
very
think
much.
you're talking about this month.
Can we get Sergeant Buchanan, please?
Butnick is back.
Do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive.
So-
that can be recorded.
There might be another day this week. But they might stream it, though. I'm assuming they'd stream the Vardia. We'll come and watch it. I'm sure they'll stream it. The only thing about the Vardia is just that we're going to probably hear the same exact thing again when the jury's there. All right, Bucknick.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognized the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognized. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that now.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you. You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so, do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
They actually did mention it, though.
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
You believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So, in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it, is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bubnik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
Oh, shit. The laugh that he did.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see a sidebar.
So this guy doesn't have the best memory, but the prosecution is going to have to come and clean this up. Earlier, I just played a video that I retweeted. Right here, they literally talk about that.
And then the open
For orientation purposes.
spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
I mean, the prosecution, if the prosecution, when he gets his chance again to talk, if he doesn't point this out, he's slacking. Because you could easily dispel this shit. Now, I don't remember hearing it when I first listened to it, so I don't know what the jury's thinking or whatever. The prosecution can easily, when they get their chance again, nip it in the butt, and that's it. It was mentioned before, but like, I didn't hear it. Apparently nobody heard it because I didn't hear this shit either. You know? That's a good question, Rag Doll. Why was it inverted to begin with? I don't know. I really don't know. And again, I think the prosecution needs to answer for that. Some people were saying that, like, maybe the way the camera was it upside down on the ceiling type of shit. Like, I don't know. But the inversion is important as far as, like, distinguishing that, like, what side of the taillight was visible and, like, what side looked like it was maybe Proctor was by the taillight. So we'll see if Lally, you know, does it, nails it when they come back at it. BL says that clip leaves out the part where Lally asks if this is a true and actual depiction of what happened. Well, it actually is. The whole part is that it was inverted. And that clip that I played it twice already. He just says for orientation purposes, what side of the driveway is the thing. He said it's on the right, so that would tell you it's inverted. So if he said it's inverted and then everything else is there, that's an accurate depiction. Now, if he didn't say it was inverted, or didn't address the orientation, that's one thing. But he already addressed it. It was already addressed. All Lally needs to do when they come back is be like, it's too bad that this witness doesn't remember. I mean, but I don't remember either. All Allie needs to do is bring that up and it's dead. Didn't I tell you for orientation purposes what side is the driveway on the radio? And you said the right side. Yeah, so that would tell you it's inverted. That's it. Case closed. If he doesn't clean it up on the when he gets back, I'm gonna be like, wow. Auntie Bev snapping.
There have been allegations of bad faith. There's been attack. That's right. I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with the dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination, Sergeant
Queen of Hearts says, is the video people are talking about missing minutes? I don't know. It jumps around. It looks like it has jump cuts.
Sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
I heard there was motion sensor. I don't know if that's true or not. Some people were arguing about the video.
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Sergeant Buchanan, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds. Would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there.
That's the
I'm saying
thing.
I
That's
don't
what
know
the-
if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
He's trying to
It
like.
was never recorded.
It wasn't
You don't
recording.
know
That's the
what
thing. It's
has
like
been and wasn't recorded.
he's trying to catch him so bad. He's like trying
I'll let him
so
answer
hard.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording,
Motion, there you
the
go.
video appears as
Yep.
if a person
My ring camera does that.
appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
I don't need to be an IT
Sustained,
person to
ask
tell
that
you that it's
differently.
motion trigger.
You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to,
Oh my god.
I think it's 5:37. A few seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Somebody's upset. WTH, WTW, whatever your name is, shit don't even make sense. You're upset in the chat. So get the fuck out of here then. Complaining and bitching. Get out of here. Skedaddle.
Pause it. Did you see where
Early
the
for the
person that
nonsense.
was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it.
Uh-oh.
Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion,
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appear to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand.
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
So I guess it seems like it's some type of motion sensing thing, and I don't know. My ring does that too. It's like motion sensed, and so sometimes it kind of lags or cuts in and out, or I don't like. So a lot of the times you won't see a fluid motion of somebody walking up to the door and like leaving a package. Sometimes it's like, bloop, like out of nowhere, just somebody appears, and the next thing you know, bloop, they're just gone. You didn't even see them like walk away.
You are unmuted. All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
If I was a prosecution, I'd probably bring up other examples of other videos. I don't know if they'd be able to do that. Maybe they'd say it's not relevant.
Thank you.
But just to show
All
a
right, Mr.
baseline
Jackson?
of like,
Thank
this
you.
is normal.
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Wendy, thank
Is
you
this
so
a
much for the
different
5
flash
memberships.
drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it, or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification, and then I do need to see you. Yes.
She seems like annoyed.
Thank you.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
Kimmy says the video was manipulated because of the inversion. Oh, today so far started hot. It's pretty hot. Interesting day so far. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that motion with the dog witness. And if the prosecution can come back and clean it up. And who's going to be the next witness? Well, they finished this guy today. Bukaki. It's hot, man. A lot of oh, let me get Chaos's message. I almost forgot. I would have got a text if I forget. Chaos, thank you for the 32 months. Holy moly, appreciate that. Says good morning, Mel in chat. If Karen is guilty, all these people are helping her get off by acting suspicious. Sus. Thanks for all you do, Mel. Cheers to 32. Cheers. 32. You're 32? I know I'm not 32. I wish I was 32. Merhart says it's unusual that the video was inverted, but also the witness cop didn't mention it. Seems surprised when defense brought it up. I think he just forgot because Lally, I've already played the video twice. When the prosecution had him on, they talked about for orientation purposes. And they indicated that it was inverted. They should have probably literally said inverted.
But all right.
Go what? All what? Taking a break. And not even 30 minutes in. Or, well, 40, almost 40 minutes in, taking a break. Jenny says, I literally I guess I have to call Ring because I have tons of missing footage from my cameras. I think the motion sensing just like saves battery and stuff like that, and store battery. Well, I don't know. I'm sure their cameras are hardwired. I was thinking of Ring, but also storage space. Constantly recording. I don't know, but for a police station, they probably should just have nonstop sedentary, just recording the entire time and store it for whatever amount of time. All aboard. Man, I got caught up in this case because I was never really that interested in it before. I wasn't that interested at first, but I knew people were really caught up in it. And now I'm in it and invested and going back and forth with people and disagreeing and stuff. And now we got to watch this shit. Can't stop looking now. Have to keep watching to see what happens. The turnout. Misty. I'm invested. And I can't wait for the verdict. But the verdict is probably going to take a while. I think it's probably going to take a while. These people are so crazy online. Ryan Garcia got arrested because he went crazy in a hotel room. And so I think he was charged with vandalism or something like that. And they're turning this out to be some type of crazy conspiracy that because he said he's going to expose the elites, they got him for this charge and locked him up. They're going to do something to him and all this shit. He just got arrested for vandalism. That's it. It's not acting like he some big thing they're coming after him. He arrested for felony vandalism on June 7th in Beverly Hills Hotel for allegedly causing $15,000 in damages. The hotel has pressed charges for the damages caused leading to his arrest, rather than his beliefs on X. They're coming for him. They're going, oh no, Garcia! They're shutting him up! He's going to expose the elite! Oh man, he was just wilding out. He had a night where he wilded out. That's all. Oh yeah, we're in it. Past the point of no return. Even if this shit takes 2 months longer, even if we're here till August. So Ocean, when you say Cellbrite phone records are going to end these people, what do you mean, for the prosecution or the defense? I think, I'm just guessing. I think that the Cellbrite, they're gonna come on. They're gonna explain the supposed 2:27 a.m. search, how long to die in the cold. If they can shut it down, at 2:27 search, I think the framing conspiracy thing goes out the window.
All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All right,
2-minute break.
please.
All aboard. Hoax said he was right about the earthquake on June 8th. I've seen some people alter photos and then say he predicted stuff, but I think maybe this one was actually right. He made a comment about it. Oh, he was snapping 2 days ago. $20 ago, he said, kind of funny, both Trump and I are in jail. Trump's not in jail. I don't know if he is in jail, but I know he got convicted. This sucks, but I love Jesus. I will be okay. He's tweeting from jail. Karen Reed. So, Karen Reed was, I guess, out this weekend. I saw people post multiple pictures of her out, eating and drinking, and I think she was posing with people too, taking pictures. She's free. She's she bailed out. In case you don't know, she's not locked up. And somebody had said earlier that they had a fundraiser and she raised like $300 something thousand. Hey. Oh, okay. So what's going on here? She went to the Celtics game. Yeah, she was at the Celtics game one day, and between BA and BH 4 minutes after JM Google search, they were all looking for John's phone. Hence the butt dials. Supposed butt dials. Shit, if I was facing some serious time, I'd probably be out too. Drinking and whatever. But some people were saying like it's a slap in the face of the family or something. But she has her rights. I mean, she's bailed out or whatever. She's on bond. So let's see. What else we got here?
Because we knew he needed surgical interventions and brought him to the Mass General so he could get the care that he needed.
During the event, the nonprofit, which is now celebrating.
A lot of breaks this morning and interruptions. Oh, I forgot. We got to check it. Sadie Robinson. I forgot how they pronounce her name. Murder suspect wants access to computer. This is the Jeffrey Dahmer guy. I dubbed him. I don't know. He cut her body parts all over and dumped her by the beach.
We have an update in that devastating case that we've been following here at Court TV, the murder of Sade Robinson. In April, authorities arrested and charged suspect Maxwell Anderson in the death of the missing teen. They say that Robinson went out on a date with him on April 1st, the night that she went missing. Now, her car was eventually found torched and severed human remains were found scattered around Milwaukee, including a leg. Now, these remains were later confirmed to be that of Robinson. And when a motions hearing held for Anderson today, 2 issues were argued. First was whether Anderson would be allowed to have a computer in jail. And the second being a request to unseal the search warrant issued on April 5th for Anderson's residence. Take a listen.
The defense filed a request relative to discovery so that Mr. Anderson can view all of the reports and videos and what I gather is voluminous material in connection with this case. There may be communications components of that computer, whether it's Wi-Fi or cellular connections that can create some complications. And even if you could turn those off, if they're physically present in the device, they could be reactivated. And it's, in some sense, it's like putting a cell phone in the middle of the jail. There's also issues surrounding how others may react to the defendant having a unique computer just for his use. Now, I appreciate that he's in protective custody, but other inmates certainly would learn about this, and that could create some downstream complications. So I think on balance, while it might be slightly more efficient, that the institutional concerns outweigh giving Mr. Anderson a computer. So I'm going to deny that request. The second issue, I think is even less controversial. The parties had sought that I unseal search warrant return and filed a proposed order with the.
They for those that follow the story too, apparently a couple days ago they said that her family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Maxwell Anderson. Maybe we can take a look at this later. They did a little presser. Most of this 10 minutes long, not that long, but. Which case? You talking about Sade? Mustard? The judge is back there distressing. Yeah, she said she needed like 2 minutes or something. I don't know what she's doing. What's going on around the world? Ooh. Senior citizens who turn the table on bad guys. I want to see this. They throw down.
These senior citizens turn the tables on bad guys. In 2022, police in New York took down an alleged scam artist with the help of a grandma.
I knew he was a real scammer. I just knew he wasn't going to scam me.
It started when Jean said she got a call from someone claiming to need bail money after getting arrested for drunk driving.
He starts calling me grandma. And then I'm like, I don't have a grandson that drives, so I knew it was a scam.
The former 911 dispatcher.
Yeah, that's true. Dating. It's crazy.
We're back to session. You may be seated.
Does counsel need to see me, or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX.
I think so.
Was it YY? Ah, that was back again. Okay. All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
542.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, or thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
Yeah.
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
Hang around the light. It was.
Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sally port. And you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes,
You're not letting us see what the timestamp. Oh, there it is. Okay. I can't even see it myself, honestly. Let's see what he says.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So, in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
Oh.
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Can you display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
Oh, shit.
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
If we could play,
Uh-oh.
may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Allie, got some explaining to do. What the hell is this? Why they got cameras like this in the police station? Or Sallyport, whatever. What the?
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
That's okay. And this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that
hell nah.
video is not there, correct?
Oh.
Sustained.
Oh.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that sally point, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the sally point? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct?
Oh, shit.
The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
Oh.
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Buick. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Drop the mic. He did good with that. Let's see. Do what they got. Lally, you got to clean this up, Lally. Lally, hope you've been taking notes, studying, looking at the internet. Take a minute to gather yourself. Cool. Lally.
Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything,
What if any?
was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
Lally, come on.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Lally.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
Lally.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
Again?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if they played the whole thing, but I thought we watched it already, didn't we? Lord Almighty, come on. So now they're doing it. Not inverted. Okay. Muster Mama, thank you for the, I think it said 13 months. I can't believe the time that's flown by already. Thank you for the 13 months. Innocent until proven guilty. Beyond any reasonable doubt. Any reasonable doubt means you can't convict. Doesn't have to mean you think she's innocent. Here comes the car.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm gonna be quick. I'm going to keep pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular the snow on the door when he closes that door. It's going to be good.
Lily, thank you for the membership, Lily.
You pause just for 1 moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Still a minute, if you could.
That single strand of hair, I guess, would have still been on the car at this time. Oh, Lily. Dr. Shapiro. So I wonder who's the next witness. Somebody said, why is the dude in the orange shirt not wearing pants? The AK. Sallyport. And then they put the crime scene tape up. How kind of... Even taping the car was a bad job. Putting the crime scene tape up.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up.
Let me stream the second channel.
Now, Sergeant,
Major fire.
that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother, from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the taillight there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction, or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Allow it. Sidebar. Let me set this up. There's mass fire going on in Miami. There's a body found. Somebody shot inside. Ain't got no time. Sure, this is up and running.
You are unmuted.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation, they conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
Be Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Flamani.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Who's the next witness? Expired Miami.
Thank you, sir.
Body,
No further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Show him, Doc.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, what that means, TCG/NG.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, "I hit him," or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, The one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You were aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Oh, that's what he said.
What entity provided the video?
Oh.
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Oh, okay. He answered that, Lally.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next
have a
witness,
drink
Mr.
now.
Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
Today's a full day. And for the long haul. We're just getting started. Ooh, Aaron smiling. Hear ye.
So, sir, do you ever skip the court and jury in the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros.
And how are you employed, sir?
With the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then, as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
Okay. And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner, and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow
how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side of that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you had reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And
as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No questions.
All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Take a little recess. Garen. Sure, let's see. So this Barrows guy is testifying. He's a sergeant with the police department. Got it. Barrows stayed in the garage. He remained with the vehicle. He did not speak to Karen. Troopers were inside the house. He was looking at the right side of the vehicle. Barrows says the taillight was cracked and a piece was missing. He observed a dent on the rear, and he says he was 5 to 10 inches away, or feet. I think that's inches, but it could be feet. There was snow. I guess you could say snow was caked on the car. Barrows doesn't know if anyone was around the car. Okay. Sidebar? Oh, it's a sidebar? Oh, okay. I thought they... Oh, did he say no cross?
Oh, hell no!
Add him to the list. Sidebar. TT Cross said he said a piece was missing, not 37 pieces. There's this major fire out in Miami. This apartment looks like an apartment complex burned to hell, and somebody was found shot. They were transported to the hospital. Gotta update the thumbnail, apparently. I said body found. Yeah, I gotta update it. Someone shot. Nah, that's kind of lame. Let me just delete this, update it. You said the tail light damage, cracked, a piece missing, but not completely broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So they got to cross him, too. There's no way they're not going to cross-examine him, right? So where did all the other pieces come from? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Thumbnails updated. Right. Yes. Perfect. No need to cross him. Just like Carrie Roberts, no need to cross her. Come on, y'all. Defense said no questions. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I'm happy anyway. Let's keep it moving. Next. Next.
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
Half an hour break? Wait, hold on. What she said?
About a half an hour break.
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
What?
You are muted.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial.
What in the easy? Maybe they need time for the next witness? Mm. Nah, man. BL, they should have cross-examined her when they had right in the moment. I can't believe they let that go. Supposedly they might call her back, but I can't believe she was the most like she was the person that had like there's no type of like no conspiracy behind her, no like motive or whatever to lie or whatever. And they just let her slide out after she said Karen called her and told her John's dead. Maybe he was hit by a snowplow. Apparently last night, I don't know what's going on with Sebastian Rogers. It's a shit show. And they said that did Seth Rogers spokesman Tony Lee Mathis pull out his penis while discussing Sebastian Rogers? He was on a panel with a bunch of females. Two people had sent me some clip. I don't even want to open this shit, to be honest with you. I don't even want to. I don't know if they censored it or not. I'm afraid to click the link. Lord Almighty, Sebastian Rogers, Dr. Shapiro. BL says, I do believe they're waiting for Proctor to testify. Amazing. Seeing that Commonwealth said they're going to call him. Good. Because there's been a lot of, well, not mystery, but there's been a lot of talk about whether he's going to show or not. So people thought that maybe he's not going to show, then he is going to show, and blah, blah, blah. This is huge. This guy is the conspiracy. Like, this conspiracy surrounds him. So Turtle Boy says, wow, Officer Barrows just testified that Karen Reed's taillight was cracked, not shattered. When he observed it in Bill Reed's driveway, that's her, Karen's father, at 4 p.m., January 29. Multiple jurors smile and wrote in their notebooks, yes! I cannot believe Adam Lally brought this witness and asked that question. So, what is this supposed to? This is supposed to lend to like what that Karen's taillight was cracked, and then what Proctor came and broke the rest of it off, and then planted it and said it was shattered instead of cracked. I guess. And they're saying it's not 37 or 47 pieces. I'm reading what Twitter's saying. So was that an L for the prosecution then, I guess? He just said the taillight was cracked, missing a piece, but not the whole taillight. That's it. He did it. Lally just did it for them. Have you inverted your picture on CC? It might be inverted. I don't know. It might be. Actually, I think it's correct, but I'm not sure. How big of a piece? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that testimony because I was watching the other stream. I was just reading the cliff notes on Twitter. The world of Twitter.
Or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and
Maybe not cross-examining sends a bigger message.
plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
Into the house at some. Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else tail light?
Oh, shoot. I closed it. No. So that was when you touch buttons. Oh, this guy's in trial today. Wade Wilson.
Vices must have been
The Joker. Dun, dun, dun.
Cape Coral residents, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts.
Got a nice suit on. He said he's framed too. She said that he said some drug cartel, human trafficking people did it, framed him because he didn't want to comply. Rewind some more before this. Okay, let me do it.
The vehicle, since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow, I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just Lexus SUV.
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
Point of the garage vehicle. At what point did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
So he said like cracked, a piece was missing. The Joker has on a killer blue suit. Mel, opening statements just started. We can watch later today. We can watch the opening statements after the trial. I know what size of piece he didn't say. chasing waterfall. Listen to the river.
I'm legally blind. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I'm innocent.
Come on this way.
So are you from Houston?
Man, I'm from Port Arthur, Texas, and I'm a female.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. I don't know if this is copyrighted.
Innocent hey, I'm an innocent bystander. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I cannot see. I'm legally blind. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I'm innocent.
Come on this way.
So are you from Houston?
Man, I'm from Port Arthur, Texas, and I'm a female. I did not drive no getaway car. I'm legally blind.
How'd you get wrapped up with these folks?
I got wrapped up. I was walking down the street and I caught a ride.
So you don't know these folks then, is what you're saying?
I know 2 of them. I don't know the other 2. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I'm legally blind, so how I'm gonna drive a car?
So did you know what happened to the 73-year-old victim then, or
I don't know what happened. I just know what the police said.
So you can't see at all?
Huh?
You can see though, right?
I'm legally blind. I can see barely, but I'm an innocent bystander.
Come on, Miss Guido.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't do nothing. I don't know what's going on. All I know is my side of the story. I can't tell no other story. I'm innocent, and Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Hold it down. Right, these all good Pimp Squad, baby, for life.
Pimp Squad. Hold it down. Classic. I'm gonna have to clip part of that audio.
Hey, I'm an innocent.
Might have to clip that. Yeah, so we got a lunch break before the lunch break. Well, they might be bringing Proctor. It's worth it. It's worth the wait. If they really are bringing Proctor, it's worth it. We'll wait. We'll take our time. We'll wait. Bring in Proctor. Dr. Shapiro. See if I can play that. There used to be a commercial a long time ago. What happened to that guy? So we didn't get to finish watching this.
These senior citizens turn the tables on bad guys. In 2022, police in New York took down an alleged scam artist with the help of a grandma.
I knew he was a real scammer. I just knew he wasn't going to scam me.
It started when Jean said she got a call from someone claiming to need bail money after getting arrested for drunk driving.
He starts calling me grandma. And then I'm like, I don't have a grandson that drives, so I knew it was a scam.
The former 911 dispatcher said she contacted the police, but kept in touch with the mysterious caller, who she says called her several times and eventually asked for $8,000.
I told him I had the money in the house, and I figured he's not going to fall for that. Well, he fell for that hook, line, and sinker.
When the man came to her house, Jean handed him an envelope filled with paper towels. That's when the police made the arrest.
Oh, shit.
These individuals sit at home and have nothing else to do but think of a way to take advantage of our elderly.
Jean says she hopes others will be able to recognize potential scams before it's too late.
So many people fall for this, and you only hear about it on the other end after they've lost $8,000.
I picked this cologne up, and I sprayed him in the eyes.
In 2016, this bottle of perfume is what saved Joyce Kennedy from being kidnapped from her home.
I kept saying, don't hurt me or kill me, please.
The Ohio grandmother says she was forced into her car and told to drive off.
I was just thinking, this guy's going to kill me.
Then she remembered this pink bottle.
I picked this cologne up, and I sprayed him in the eyes. And of course he grabbed his eyes because it burns. Don't think that you can't do something when you're scared, because you can. I found that out. But I kicked him out of my car. And I seen his body hit the ground.
Joyce made it out of her car unharmed. Now she says this is her weapon of choice.
But I'm keeping that there. I'm not taking that out. That was my weapon.
In 2020, this 77-year-old man was getting cash out of the ATM. A masked person appeared, grabbed the man, and demanded his money.
Yeah.
But the older man wasn't having it.
Oh, he's fighting back.
He broke free and started hitting his attacker. He also put up his dukes and told the mugger to bring it on.
What?
That caused the suspect to throw in the towel.
Whoa.
In 2018, an 85-year-old man helped thwart a robbery at an Irish betting parlor.
Whoa.
Dennis O'Connor was there when a group of armed masked people entered the establishment.
Hey, look at the one guy jumped under the table.
Fearless great-grandfather struggled with the alleged bandits and chased them out of the door with a chair.
Yeah, look at he's about to chuck the chair at them.
O'Connor knocked down the remaining masked person before the suspect
look at this shit!
outside. The intruders left empty-handed. Police officials did not recommend O'Connor's actions.
There is a huge risk factor in trying to take on people who come in to carry out a robbery.
But the shop's manager was grateful.
I owe Dennis a huge debt of gratitude. It was an incredible act of bravery from him.
Oh, the criminals these days.
Who is this guy talking to in that Donald Duck voice? His first name is actually Donald, but his last name isn't Duck. It's Sizemore, and he's talking to a telemarketer. And he nails his Donald Duck impression.
Is this the real Donald? Yes, I'm Donald. This is Donald Sizemore.
Donald had fun at the telemarketer's expense while wife Gail recorded the call. The telemarketer didn't get that she was being punked as she made her pitch.
I'm calling with regards of your medication. Oh, no. Am I in trouble? Am I in trouble?
Donald Sizemore had been doing Donald Duck for 70 plus years.
Well, I first heard it on our first date, and he just said a few words, and I thought, oh my gosh, have I got in trouble here?
And just like Donald Duck singing to his sweetheart Daisy Duck, this Donald sings to his wife.
Oh my god.
In the end, the caller realized something was up and hung up.
Hello? Oh my.
From May of 2024, this grandma was in tears when a scammer told her grandson was under arrest for causing a car crash.
Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do, lady?
92-year-old Donna Saltzman was told to pay up or her grandson would go to jail.
He's gonna get remanded to the county jail and... Oh no.
But they were crocodile tears. Donna was turning the tables on the scammers. In another video, she kept the person on the phone so long that he gave up and hung up.
Can you give it cheaper to me? No. Oh, well, I'm sorry you wasted all this time. You are wasting my time. Why would I do that?
She told another scammer she couldn't buy his fake life insurance policy because the end of time was coming.
I think I'm going to get raptured, you know? So I don't need all that stuff. Are you ready? Are you ready to go?
I just thought it was hilarious.
Hey, they fighting back, man. Fighting back against the scammers. Hello, lady. Hip coral killing spree.
On his face, he did not have any facial tattoos.
May I
The night you
approach
met
witness?
him.
You may.
At this time, the state showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39.
Wade Wilson.
Did you take a look at State's Exhibit number 39 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
JR, the person who introduced himself to us that night.
And is he the same person sitting here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent how he looked back on October 6th of 2019?
Exactly.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 39 into evidence.
Some of the ladies like this guy. Who was it? Harry Potter stuff? Ooh. The other day.
Permission to publish?
You may.
He's wanted for double murder. Or charged with double murder and something else. Oh, snap. That him right there? So he got all those tats in prison, I guess? And the facial tats? Developing story.
Now, after you introduced him to Christine, what happened next?
Christine and I and JR and another man, Jason, who we were introduced to by JR, talked at the bar, mingled. Christine and JR seemed to be interested in each other. Me and Christine had commented on how he had dimples, and one of the guys she had been talking to earlier in the night only had one dimple, and he had two dimples.
Uh-oh.
And, she definitely was attracted to him, and he seemed attracted to her, and they were friendly and getting to know each other.
Now, you mentioned that JR introduced you to someone by the name of Jason.
Yes, so...
I might watch Open, maybe, later. This guy was charged with murder after he allegedly killed 35-year-old Christine and 43-year-old Diane Ruiz in 2019. They met at a bar. Later, he choked her to death and went back to her home. Oh, he choked her to death when they went back to her home. Shells, thank you so much for the 12 months. Long-time lurker here. Love you, Mel. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate you resubscribing, maintaining your membership. Helps the channel out a lot. More than you know. Thank you, guys. All right, let's see what else is going on. They said about a half an hour. And they might be bringing out maybe Proctor. I don't know. That'd be huge. And if they bring Proctor out, it's probably going to be the rest of the day. Probably into tomorrow. So Olivia here on Twitter says, Officer Barrows from Dighton Police Department just testified that Karen Reed's taillight was not shattered or completely damaged and missing 45 pieces. Rather, it was, what he said was it was cracked, missing a small piece. When he reported to Karen Reed's parents' house to assist investigators with towing her car between 3 and 4 p.m. on January 29th. Nearly 15 plus hours after the Commonwealth alleges her taillight was shattered upon striking Officer O'Keefe, leaving 45 pieces at the scene. So she says, it's over! Case closed, free Karen Reed. It's not over yet. Oh, it's not over yet. Somebody lying. Let's see if they've had any of the arguments on Court TV. Yeah. There was this cop that was a nut job. There's a trial going on for this cop that killed a woman. Taken teen murder trial. Opening statements.
None of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Okay, this cocktail glass and the pieces and what matches with what, I think it's a big issue. I think it's a really big issue. You just heard the forensic scientists say that the glass on the bumper of Karen Reed's car did not match the drinking glass that was found, the broken drinking glass. So that's not a match. What is a match? Take a look. You've got the drinking glass on the left matches these pieces that are found on the ground. Now, what also matches the pieces found on the ground was from the bumper. So you've got glass from the bumper, matching pieces on the ground, but not matching the cocktail.
Oh, they're back. They're back. Faster than I expected.
We're back to session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the call, the call, Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Welcome, officers. Do you mind please step up?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait. Is this Proctor?
Good morning, sir.
Listen.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, P-R-O-C-T-O-R.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit.
Shit.
Within the Massachusetts State Police.
Y'all ready?
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
A little over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the Homicide Unit, with the Detective Unit at the District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lane didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before I get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the, Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts or Karen Reed or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
No, I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one. And
who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed him?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common. The observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. Michael Proctor finally on the stand. Amazing. I feel like I'm ready for the cross already. Ready for the shit to get started. So he's probably going to be there for a significant amount of time. There were some people who were saying that he wasn't going to take the stand. So there he is on the stand. And describing John O'Keefe's injuries. Yeah, if he didn't take the stand, I was really like, that would have been sus for me. He's like the main investigator. So, let me see here. So the claim is he's covering all this up to help out the Albert family because they're friends and stuff. So this guy, for the people that feel he had nothing to do with it, this guy would be the main person covering everything up. I mean, there's multiple people, but he would be like the main person, lead investigator, family friend of the Alberts and the McCabe's. And so he's covering for the Alberts and the McCabe's. Because his wife, Elizabeth Proctor, she's friends with, I'm sorry, not Elizabeth. Yeah. Elizabeth Proctor. I forgot who she's friends with in the family. Dr. Shapiro. Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Albert.
See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker on Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the siren move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code, and only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage room?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak with her, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buchanan position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buchanan went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buchanan approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that after we finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The registry motor vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape, or form?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Mechanic?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of, I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially a case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The 2 cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport Garage on that day?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from crime scene services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hardnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor.
This is so crazy. The Sebastian Rogers thing is so crazy. Like the spokesperson or something for Seth Rogers. This guy was on a live last night, and apparently he pulled out his thing. I guess he didn't know it was showing or something. I don't know what's going on. These people. Oh my god!
And after a while,
what a shame, yo. These people. Wow. What a shit show. I don't think he's helping the case at all.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The Sallyport video.
Anyway, we got Proctor on the stand,
if I could
man.
have from February 1st, 2022.
Damn, Kelly says 20 plus more on their witness list.
At approximately
77 total. Jesus, we're around the 50th. Oh my gosh.
Approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Is this one alerted?
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area Canton Police Department and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. Sir, while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection. Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustained.
My understanding, it's motion
That
activated.
means you can't answer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she's
You can ask it different.
Come on, Lally.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
All right. I'll strike if there was anything. But, Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Trying to find a way to ask it.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
Oh.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after that.
Yes, find another way to ask this.
It's going to run it for about 9:24.
Are you talking about that video from last night? I don't know. I saw a clip of it. Somebody sent me a clip. Let me see. From Lady K Talks.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. And then an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is
I'm not going to show it. No, I'm not going to.
Initialed and dated as well when it's
I
sealed
saw
up.
your comment, Wendy, though. I saw your comment on the
And
video.
the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Trouble. Come on, Proctor. Oh, the tail light, okay. Uh-oh. Dr. Shapiro. Sorry, that's stuck in my head.
Thank you, sir. And Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
No, I may inquire, it was the A, the light, and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
Facebook people, how you doing?
544 on the bag, 544A.
Facebook.
Understood, thank you.
What are we listening?
Could you put that on the bag, please, sir?
Got more people than usual on Facebook, I guess, for the Michael Proctor testimony. Renee, Kim, what's up? Melissa, Rachel.
544.
Dave,
544A. Thank you.
Nice. It's got 200.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV, and you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Linda can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to is that how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here.
Boom. Boom.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them to be.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe, like, on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the grounds, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Just view those, look up when you're finished. Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The front is, the first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
the tire.
It's 5:45 and 5:57.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Stillman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen is now been marked as Exhibit 546?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date, February
What's the,
3rd,
hold on.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Come on, baby. So he pointed out this time in the driveway, there's no particles or fragments of a taillight because, people are suggesting, I don't know, I guess the defense, they're saying that that's where her taillight cracked was when she backed up and hit John's car. Now, I don't know. They're trying to say, well, there would be fragments there. You would have seen it. The other thing, too, to me, is her taillight wouldn't have hit John's car. I believe it'd be her bumper, wouldn't it? Doesn't the bumper protrude more? Sorry. Can't believe this thing is still burning out in Miami. Sidebar. We're going to do sidebars all day long. Sound on CC is weird. Where my headphones? Oh. I lowered it a bit, but that's the helicopter sound. So, I mean, I lowered it so it's not so loud, but there's nobody talking in the chopper right now. Sidebar, we need a sidebar. There's so many. Never said we need to chase. There's been a few of them that kind of happened, but because the choppers couldn't get out there and the weather, it's too cloudy or whatever, they couldn't.
App, and then I.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this Ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app.
You are
and then
unmuted.
wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll want to see if you introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibits 555 and 561.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a very accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself, more pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the unit?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole, because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could...
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Oh, Island Thrifts. I don't know how I missed it. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Somehow I missed that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Island. Cheek, stay for the 29 months. It's almost 3 years. Oh my God, I met you. You ever met at CrimeCon? It was amazing. Helped you and annoyed you with the call since the Othello case. Love you, Mel, Maddie, and Chad. Love you too. Thank you so much. Time to fly. Another shopping bag. I can't believe this building's burning to a crisp.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those. Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking to introduce you to the next exhibit.
Objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regards to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open.
want to object, but I don't want to say that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
All right, so
No.
go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
A number of how many small pieces?
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564A,
Thank you.
containing 7 pieces.
And Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items. Thank you, sir. If you could put those back in the bag. Honor, call multiple seats introduced and admit as the next exhibit.
Exhibit 565.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the fact from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
What do you think, Fred? Guilty or not guilty? What do you think? Hmm? What do you think? Guilty? Not guilty. No comment? Resting. Yeah, lad.
Thank you, sir. If you could turn those items to the back. Your Honor, call multiple seats admitted as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Not impressed.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
Thanks, Peter.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in or what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out and never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if the video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Buchanan with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buchanan and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Buchanan made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, but I should have asked this prior to that as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie and Chris Albert and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed them?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Lally.
You are muted.
She didn't even say how long they're going on break for. Is it 30 minutes? Is it an hour?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So much. Your counsel approach. Sure. Counsel?
Amazon. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how long is the break for. I say good morning, Melraz. Melraz. Chart of connections. Oh, yeah, I have that link. That's Fred. It's super cloudy right now. Again, nasty. The weather's turned outside over here, and I love it. And I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this like Miami fire too. They're saying it's like one of the biggest fires in the last 25 years. The roof collapsed on this crap. I don't know if it like showed it on live because I was like watching the trial with you guys, but when I was looking now, the roof does look like it came down. This is pretty crazy. The situation here. I don't know how many people are being displaced their homes. I think what do they call them? American Fire. Forgot the Red Cross. The Red Cross. I think they're going to be helping people have a place to stay, but it makes you think of like, I don't know. Make sure you have insurance. I don't know if that apartment required insurance or not. I have insurance in my place because it's required, but I honestly have like minimal coverage. I really should. Like the computer stuff is the most expensive stuff I have in this place, so like I really should, probably increase it. Now I'm seeing this shit. This place light up. Light up. In Cocoa Beach, I'm in the Fort Lauderdale area. I gotta be careful of the crazies out there. But they probably know where I'm at anyway, but the crazies. That's a beautiful place, I heard. Cocoa Beach. It's cold in NY. Went from the 80s to 50 through 60s. You got lunch prep. You got for the week. Okay, Leslie, chicken, chickpea, and tuna salads. All right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, but they ended it. They ended the live feed. I'm gonna see if I can find another one. Oh no. They were on for 4 hours though, almost. No. I might have another one. Hold up, hold up. Oof, that nasty sound. Okay. First coast views. Oh my god. incredible, man. Okay, I had to make sure they were good on the second channel. It's funny that video has more views than the trial. I think because of the audience that I've kind of mixed and built up here on the page, I think a lot of people like the standoffs, the chases, like the fast thrill, crazy shit. So for certain things like this, it's not as interesting for, at least on my channel, for a large part of the audience. Sometimes trials are just not for people either.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience when a cell phone is used.
All aboard. Okay, so they didn't specifically state how long they're going to be gone.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial.
Well, it's kind of funny. The other day we had Court TV. Somebody from Court TV was on the Court TV page on the second channel, like saying what's up to everybody. I was gonna tweet it out, but I don't want to I don't know if they're allowed to do that or not. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I was trying to see the live chat. No idea. We used to be something different, and we got flooded by chase junkies. The adrenaline. Taking a late lunch and no court tomorrow. Right? Yeah, no court tomorrow. And every day is supposed to be a full day, but today we had some type of issue where they might have to do a voir dire day. They might give the jury a day off this week. But I think we'll still be here. I think we'll be able to watch the voir dire. And the jurors will watch it from their house. Well, 45-minute lunch. Okay, thanks. True. During the day, most people working hours, and then we have some West Coast people too. A lot of West Coast people. I almost walked away from this trial. Remember, I was like, I'm not gonna. And then I came back. I got pulled back in. I got lured back in. No court tomorrow. Be back on Wednesday. That's crazy to me, this fire thing. I'm gonna look into upping my insurance a little bit.
Welcome back. We're calling the breaking news of this fire in Miami. This is Northwest 3rd Street, right near North Miami River Drive. And we do know this has been a problem for possibly 2 hours. And it looks like we're starting to lose some of the Sky 10 picture, but don't worry. We have Laren Livingston on the scene with more details for us. Laren, tell us exactly what you know out there.
Well, I'm just west of where this fire is happening. It's on the intersection, or near the intersection of Northwest North River Drive and Northwest 3rd Street, literally just a few yards from the Miami River here. And from what I understand from Miami Fire, they got a call around 8:15 this morning They ended up at this 4-story apartment building, and as I understand, it is highly occupied with a number of older, senior, elderly residents, as described to me by Miami Fire, and they, of course, immediately started rescuing people from this situation. We're talking people being rescued from their balconies and out of the building, and Miami Fire Rescue, they are confident they got everybody out. Good. They're hoping to get an official count of the number of residents and the number of people that Red Cross are assisting in a nearby park right across the street. But a number of elderly residents had to be rescued from this apartment building. And this is a 3-alarm fire. There are more than 40 firefighting units on this scene. In fact, one of the firefighting personnel spokespersons tells me he's not even aware during his tenure with the department that they've had a 3-alarm fire. So this is a pretty big deal right now. The street is inundated with water here, Northwest North River Drive, just from the firefight. You would think it was rain, but no, this is just water from this firefight they've been trying to put out for the last couple of hours now. And firefighters tell me they went into a defensive mode not too long ago because the fire is just too dangerous to fight from the inside. And so there are no more firefighters inside. In fact, a couple of firefighters had to be transported to the hospital because of heat exhaustion, but I'm told that they're okay, that they are stable or listed as
serious.
stable.
It's crazy.
But I just want to let you all know that there have been some injuries reported in the way of having to transport firefighters to the hospital as a result of this firefight. When it comes to these residents, not sure if any of those residents had been injured in any way, but that is something that firefighters and police, Miami police, are on scene just the same. They're trying to assess the situation as well. Speaking of, when firefighters got here, they say they found a man who had apparently been shot in the abdomen outside this exact building that is on fire when they showed up here. The question right now, though, is if that shooting is connected to the fire or if these are just two unfortunate situations that just happened to coincide here this morning. But there's an intense firefight going on here. We're just, again, west of I-95 and the area of Northwest 3rd Street and Northwest North River Drive, right by the Miami River. And, of course, the intense smoke, you can see it for some distance. You can see it from downtown. You can see it from 95. And it's still black, but they are still putting water on this fire in a pretty intense firefight and a number of personnel out here in this area.
That fire is just consuming that building. Larrington seems to be growing in strength. Just want to confirm the indication from Miami Fire was that they believe they got everybody out.
Yes, and that was something that I asked when I was given that information. He says it seems like we got everybody out. I said, and we know for.
Okay. All right. I don't know. So weird situation. I wonder what the source of the fire is. How you guys feeling about the trial? Karen Reed. You know, there's a lot of people that feel there's shady stuff going on and that these people covered up, you know, and are hiding stuff to protect people. Olivia says lead investigator Michael Proctor confirms how he abused Karen Reed's vulnerability when she was being honest and forthcoming with investigators attempting to help them by retrieving contact info for them and voluntarily handing over her phone. He sneakily spies on her entering her personal private numerical passcode on her cell phone so he could literally later go into it illegally without a search warrant to look for nude photographs of Karen. And that came out somewhere in some testimony, I forgot where. He also confirms that he knows how to secure a cell phone in an investigation in such a way as to prevent the user from scrubbing and deleting equipment. There's nothing wrong with that, though. That's actually standard. This part here, okay, he also confirms he knows how to secure a cell phone to prevent the user from scrubbing and deleting incriminating information from evidence device as he testifies about putting a cell phone into airplane mode. So its user can't remotely make deletions. There's nothing wrong with this. I'm not sure why. This is standard. These cops, I've other trials or the cases I've covered, they do that to protect the integrity of the phone, the device. That's nothing, you know. That'll be that'll be a phone for Michael Proctor to answer for his failure to secure Jen McCabe's cell phone promptly like he did Karen's, and to put it into airplane mode before she scrubbed all of the incriminating evidence from it. Maybe the prosecution will bring that up. I don't know. But again, Karen's the one that's being charged, not all these other people. The list. I thought it was really funny. I'm sure some don't think it's funny, but this weekend, or the last couple of days, was a shit show on kind of on Twitter. You know, I was tweeting stuff out, and some people agree, some people disagree, whatever. Some lady got really upset. She tracked me down to YouTube, and earlier was cursing me out this morning. I guess she waited till I went live. I got him. Anyway, there was this list. It's kind of funny that it's supposed to be like the people involved in the case, involved in the cover-up. And so it's like all these people, the police department, the fire department, the niece and nephew, the librarian, the O'Keefes, the BODE technology, Celebrite is in on it too. Scanlan's daughter, Prashan, the judge, the doctors and the physicians from the hospital, the crime lab, all these places, DEA, Solo Cup 1 through 5. It's kind of funny. Sneakergate, blah, blah, blah. I'm curious about what's going on with this trial, too. We might take a look if we have time later, just like the opening statements. I covered this story. There's cops.
We knew.
I called him the real life
There is a
Joker, but not to be confused with the real with the Grand Theft Auto Joker. This guy here showed up in court in a really snazzy suit. What? What the? Let's see. Hold on. Oh, okay. The real life Joker. Joker trial. Chloe. Listen, I get in that town, that's like a really big case. People are like diehard like about the case. I guess it's a controversial case. Maybe one of the more at the top of the controversial cases, I guess. It's a like a divided. It's a huge divide. Turtle Boy posted something earlier that I thought was kind of funny. Let me see if I can find it. Or did it disappear? He posted a lot. Wow. I'm literally scrolling. This is day one. And yeah, so this is outside of the courthouse. People feel very strongly about this. They're diehard. Dismiss with prejudice. The goose is cooked, Bev. So they got like costumes and stuff. Stop Canton cover up. Free Karen Reed. Officer John O'Keefe deserves justice. Sit down, Mr. Lally. They got flags. Karen Reed flags and stuff. I'm gonna F you up. They're not joking out there. Pull up, bitch. They're not playing. They're serious. Cut up. Cut up. Oh, they left. Oh, hell no. They left. Oh, there's something else. I don't know what that is. What the? Yeah, people ride or die, man. If they find her guilty, if they did, oof, I can imagine the shit show would be out there. There'd probably be protests. People are really upset.
To his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote.
So the cross is going to be really spicy. I'm sure they're going to bring that stuff up. It's going to be spicy. Be ready for it. Thunder outside. What the hell? Bruh. I guess this is over. This is Dr. Disrespect. Respect on his name. I guess that's it for now. Let me look real quick again. If they come back with another feed or an update or a press, I'm sure they're gonna do a press conference later. Maybe I'll come back and update it. I want to know how this fire started. Just a coincidence or somebody shot outside? So something fishy. All right, so I'll catch you guys later. Please like and subscribe. If there's a press conference or an update later, I'll come back. All right. Peace, guys. Okay, I'm gonna take a little mini break. I'm gonna take a little mini break, and I'll be back. I have it set for 150. If they start before, I'll come back before. I'll be listening. Right? It helps me out to separate the stream. So I'm gonna take a little break and eat with the baby, hang out for a little bit. Sun's coming back out. I'll see you guys in a few.